Rhythmic Continuum V2 with Mihai. It's teaching Cinema 4D. So I'll give it an introduction. Mihai is a digital designer based in London whose work explores fluid architectural landscapes and continuous grounds combined in abstract and interfuse spaces. He's previously worked at Zaha Architects for 4.5 years, where he has been involved in various projects at all scales. His interest is understanding the complexity within the digital and physical environment, um, led to his passion for design research, art, and science. He has been a tutor in several workshops and participated twice in the Venice Biennale for Antarctic Pavilion in 2014 and 2016. Design style synthesizes morphological exploration in both stillness and motion, and visual variations of digital grounds. So, before I hand it over just to people that are here, and also for you, Mihai, make sure you switch your chat to everyone if you want to be using the chat. A reminder that this webinar is recorded and it will be sent to you after the webinar is over within a day, an email for you to watch. Also, keep in mind that not everyone learns at the same pace. We want to give you as much information as possible. So if you feel the webinar is too fast for you to keep up with live, just feel free to just watch it and go back to the recordings afterwards. But if you do have questions, please do ask them. And yeah, pass it on to you. We don't hear you. Maybe if the microphone should be closer.
Right. Do you hear me now?
Maybe a little bit more.
Is my microphone working?
Yeah, I think if you speak up a bit more, it will be fine.
Okay, give me just a second. Is it better now?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Okay, thank you, Michael, for the introduction. Yes, this is the second session for this kind of workshop. So that's why it's the second version. And yeah, previously it was something that was a bit more complex, more kind of design rhythmical oriented. And this is going to be in a similar way. So you can say it's going to be a similar approach. We're going to use something that is a bit more curvilinear and more organic. In the end, we're going to have one object which is going to be integrated nicely within a landscape. So I can start maybe by showing you a few of my works. I think you already saw some of them on the web page. This was some of the works I was doing in Cinema 4D in the past years, or like last year and previously 2 years. I've been using Cinema 4D for some time already, maybe with some interruptions, not continuously, but it's a good software.
Are
Give me
you
a second.
Oh, okay. I just didn't know if you were sharing off yet because there's nothing.
No, I haven't shared you. Okay, I hope you can see it now.
Yeah, we see it.
Yeah. So yeah, these are some of the works. I think probably you already know some of them. Developed in Cinema 4D. Some of these were done in kind of different steps, different progression steps, and some of them were like more complex and they were taking a bit more time. And as I was using Cinema 4D actually since I was studying my master degree. That's where I started to learn it. So I kind of got fond on it. I saw that it has a lot of potential. It has good features and you can use it for many different purposes. And because it had all these qualities, I used it more and more. And then I started to say, okay, this is one of the best programs to kind of create this kind of geometries. Now, besides this, I was using also Maya, especially at Zaha. They were using a lot of Maya and Rhino but there's things that you can do in Maya, you can also do in Cinema 4D. And the good thing about Cinema 4D is also that simplicity in terms of the interface approach, modeling, and all this diversity of different features you have. So yeah, these are some of the things I was developing. So I think we can start. Let me share my other screen. Okay, I hope you can see Cinema 4D. If not, do let me know in the chat. All right.
Yeah, we see it.
Okay, so I don't know how much experience you have with this program. Probably just a basic introduction is that this is the new interface. There was a previous one, but you can always switch it here, new layouts. You have all the main tools, let's say, are here located on the left side. You can also create new toolbars. If you go to Tools menu, you have the modifiers and the demograph tools located on the right side. And then you have the selection features on the upper part. So it's a good interface because you have everything you need at hand. You have all the modifiers basically and the tools to construct geometry in the same interface page. And then you have also all these kind of properties, information, and different things you can change. And that's what I think it's a good aspect of this program. All right. So let's start simple. We're gonna create a simple object. Once we get the object to the shape and the proportions we want, we will use it to kind of increment it in the complexity. We will create then a second object. We will kind of combine that object with the previous one, and we can create then a multi-layered kind of geometrical approach, let's say. And then we will add all the details, and then we will add the landscape, then we will add materials, and then we will render it in Corona. So let's go here. We have the objects, the primitives. I'm gonna select a plane. Now, once you select these kind of objects, they are kind of parametric, so you can edit them. They have their parameters here where you can edit them. If you want to kind of convert it to a more polygon object that is not editable, you can just say here. That's going to make it a polygon type of editable object without the parameters that it had before. So in this case, once I have my plane, just want to see where are my divisions. I'm gonna go to display, I'm gonna go around shading. I have too many divisions. So in this case, I'm just gonna reduce them to 1. And what I want to do is to kind of center this plane starting on the 0 point. So for this, I will need to change my axis and match it to this point. So in order to do that, you can either go here or you can just press L. It's gonna select your axis. Gonna go on the plane. Gonna go here, enable snap. And I'm gonna drag it. But before we do that, we need to make it show that it's in polygon mode so we can make it editable. And now we will drag it on this edge. can exit this. I'm gonna place it again. And I'm gonna move it to 0 position. So I'm gonna go to here. So this is the coordinate manager for that specific object. Just gonna drag it a bit higher here. And it shows me the position, which is now at 200 centimeters. I'm gonna go 0 and 0. And let's call this geometry A. Okay, now let's do it in a way that it's kind of using the 3D approach. So we're gonna create a 3D object out of this plane. I'm gonna go here. These are the selection tool for the vertices, the edges and the faces. So I'm gonna go to edges. I'm gonna select this edge. And I'm gonna kind of extrude it. So you can do that with Control and the left mouse button. Go and extrude it up to here. One thing I want to make sure is my axis doesn't change all the time I'm moving objects. So if I do this kind of movement, my axis is always perpendicular to the face. I want to make sure it stays it's perpendicular to the work plane. So I'm gonna go here and I'm gonna change it to the world coordinate system. I'm gonna create another extrusion. In order to make sure that this edge is aligned to this edge, I'm gonna go here and I'm gonna make sure this 0 on the z-axis. Right. I'm gonna extrude this edge. I'm gonna go 1 and I'm gonna go twice. Gonna select this one, just gonna push it a bit lower, like this. I'm going back to the object mode. Let's select it and I want to extrude it to give it a thickness. I'm gonna select the face mode. I'm gonna select all the faces by double clicking. And here you have your extrusion tool. So select this one. Also press MT. Then you can press anywhere. It's going to extrude it. One thing you can see is that it's not matching. It's not keeping the original faces. So for that, you have to make sure that once you extrude it, or before that, you have this create caps enabled here. Okay, I have my object. I'm just going to disable for now the snapping tool. I don't need it. And I'm going to select all the faces by double clicking. Can also say Control A. And I want to kind of reverse them. So this is normally the back side of a face. And if I want to reverse them, I'm going to go here to Mesh, Normals, Reverse Normals. So in this case, I make sure that everything is facing the right direction. All right. Now I want to align this axis to be actually on that edge. Let's select the object, the axis, and the snap it. Let's select it. And let's move it to 0 position. So y-axis should be 0. Right, that's going okay. Now, what I want to do is actually create a symmetry of this object. So I'm going to mirror it, and in order to do that, you have to go here, then you go symmetry. So you have your symmetry, and now you drag your object under the symmetry modifier. I'm going to change the axis of the symmetry. I'm going to go XY. The tolerance, that's where you can control how much distance you can have before the object. It's kind of merging together the two halves. 0.001 centimeters, that's fine for now because my object is anyway aligned on the 0 position. So I'm going to create a subdivision surface. So I'm going to go here, I'm going to do this. And just so you know, the order should be always the last one. The subdivision should be the last tool, the last parent. So I'm going to bring the symmetry under subdivision. One thing you will notice is that it's not converging, right? And the reason for that is because we have the faces originally behind it. So if I would skip this one, I'm going to go here. And because you have these two faces, it's not merging the right way the rest of the faces. So we need to delete them. So I'm gonna go face mode, select these two faces, delete. If you do it with control, it's gonna delete the edge only. You still have the face, but you don't have the edges anymore. So let's delete them. And now if I do this, that should be continuous. So it's a smooth merging now. So that looks good. What I don't want to see first, it's the working plane. It kind of interferes with my viewport, too much lines happening there. So I'm gonna go to filter, I'm gonna deselect work plane. Okay, and I also think there are too many lines, too many laser curves going around this object because of the subdivision. Well, one thing we need is to kind of increase the number so it looks a bit more smoother. I'm gonna go to 3 and then 3 for the rendering as well. Of course, it's gonna add more divisions. So I don't want to see that. I'm gonna go to display and I'm gonna select the ISO pumps. So it's more clean now, it's cleaner and easy to control while it is in the subdivision mode. Okay. So let's kind of model it a bit. I'm gonna adjust a few things. First thing I want to do, it's create a crease in the front and at the back. And here, these edges. Right, I select the edges. I'm gonna press dot on my keyboard. And while keeping dot pressed, you move your mouse left to right. That's gonna create a crease. All right. Now I'm gonna add two subdivisions here. I'm gonna go in my tool bar. I'm gonna select the knife here. Here you have three different tools. So I'm gonna select the last one. And if it's easier, you can just uncheck the subdivision and the symmetry. You can add the divisions like this with control. You can control this. If you feel like you want to move it slightly, but you can do it from the menu on the right. So I'm gonna enable it back. Gonna go back here. Gonna select this tool. This I don't need. This one's neither. And I'm just gonna move them slightly. Okay, before we do that, I think we missed one surface there. Let's just delete this. Okay. So we make sure that we don't have any surfaces that are mirrored while on the red axis. Right, let's move it. All right. One thing I want to do, it's maybe move these parts a bit more. So I'm gonna take them, I'm gonna slide them. I'm gonna bring these ones a bit closer. Okay. So we have a clean object now. That's let's say the base. We need to model it in a way to make it a bit more curvilinear, more organic looking. We need to add more edges and overall kind of make it a bit more interesting. But as a topology for the shape, I think this is good. So let's add a few more edges. I'm gonna go back to my geometry. I'm gonna move these ones a bit and let's scale them. So I'm gonna select them and you have your scale tool here. So you have move, rotate, scale, and then you can also have the shortcuts on the keyboard, T, R, and A. So let's scale it this way. Move this ones a bit higher. And this one a bit more. Let's select these edges. gonna scale them inwards like this. Okay, so now we have like a nice flow that it's a bit more determined by these creases. And once we have this, we can kind of integrate some of the faces in a way that they create a bit more areas where these curves can kind of follow this topology, but then they also have that kind of direction, which is around this loop here. But before we do that, let's adjust it in profile. Right now it's just a vertical extrusion profile. So I'm going to go back to my geometry. I'm going to select the face tool. And I want to select these bottom faces and push them a bit more to the left. And then these ones as well. So this one will be sticking out a bit more on the right direction. So I'm going to select live selection tool, which you can find it here on the left upper corner. You want to increase a bit the size, so I'm going to go and increase it. And also the one see this one, because if this is checked, then it's going to select only what is visible in your view. So I'm going to check that one. So let's select these faces. Let's push the bit here. Let's select these ones. Push this one a bit more. Then let's select these edges. Then this one. If you want to make sure that it's a bit more precise, your geometry, it's always a good idea to kind of uncheck these parts. And just make sure that the edges are aligned overall. So let's move this one a bit more. Let's scale this top edges. You can also change your selection if you press Ctrl. Once you have the faces selected, you want to select the edges that are kind of bounded by these faces. You can press Ctrl and then change here to edges. I don't really need all of them, I just need the top ones. And then let's scale them a bit. Same ones. You can notice that if I'm in edge mode and I'm selecting them, if it's just one edge, it's following the object axis direction. If it's two edges, it's following the original object direction, the overall object. So even if you're here and you want to move it, let's say a bit more into the work plane, you can just change it back just for this edge, going here and then select for the coordinate system or the board coordinate system. So let's select them. I always try to avoid modifying these edges right on the original axis, the red axis, because that's where the origin of my object is situated. So I want to avoid that. I just want to move these edges basically. So we can create a bit more of a pyramidal shape towards the top, but it's also getting a bit more narrower right at the top. But I want to make sure that this edge profile is aligned. The same thing for this one. If you want to be more precise, you can basically press your middle mouse button. It's going to change your viewports. You're going to see the top, right, and the front. So I think this is, again, you can just press the mid part, the scroll up button on your mouse on each of these viewports so you can kind of enlarge them full screen. I think I'm looking now at this edge. So it's fine, it's aligned. You, you can just check it to see that it's working, right? It's okay. I'm gonna go back here, but I think we can just push it a bit more down here. And this part can be also a bit more like this. So we add a bit of an angle. Okay. So we have everything in place. Let's check how it's gonna look. All right. That's what we wanted. Maybe we can just push a bit more this edge here, this direction, so that this face is kind of continuous. And the same thing in the back. It doesn't have to be super precise, but it's always a good idea to have that kind of continuity looking on your faces and the edges. So that's okay. So let's move this one a bit. Here. We have a bit more of a bold kind of look on the ceiling. And that's also going to work nicely with this kind of curvature as you have it between the creases there. I think we need to adjust a few things like the thicknesses. I'm gonna go up here. I'm gonna lower a bit the floor. Drag this one's a bit this way. This one I'm gonna lower it. Okay, so we have our object. Looks good. Okay, now it's time to add a bit more detail. The basic shape is in place. Let's add a bit more detail. So first thing I want to do, it's basically what I'm looking at, it's this loop face here. I want to separate this loop from these edges. So I want to have something that it's kind of ending like that, but not continuing all the way up. And then after I do that, I'm going to try to create this kind of edges going around that loop. So we have that kind of differentiation, let's say, between this face, the inner parts in the loop, and then the outer faces. I'm going to go back to the geometry. I'm going to go here. I'm going to select loop path. Okay, and let's just uncheck for now the subdivision and the symmetry. Let's go here. So that's one loop. The thing is, I don't want to go up. So I want to avoid this kind of going direction where this edge is going up. So let's select these faces. And I'm going to delete them. Okay. Now I'm going to select the edges left. And I want to align them. On the red axis. So first thing I need to do is first make them flat. I'm going to go here in my coordinate manager. I'm going to select this part. I'm going to change it to 0. Now the edges are aligned. And then I'm going to change here to 0. That's the position. So now it's centered. Now we have these edges. I'm going to select them, double clicking on them, and then control with a dot and the left mouse button, I'm going to move it to create a crease. Let's move it a bit higher. And let's move it backwards. Right. Let's do the same thing here in the back. Okay. Just be this thickness. Select these parts. Just gonna bring them a bit closer here. All right. So we got the new edge, we got the creases. And we are differentiating now clearly the loop here. So I'm going to do a similar thing now also for these creases. Just making sure we have that kind of a thickness edge that is differentiated from this surface. The point is I want to differentiate this inner part from the outer part, but I need a bit of a thickness for that. And I need to create this kind of let's say ripple effect, kind of suggesting that there is something as a different object, the different parts of the object from the original one. And then we can, once we get that, we can change the materiality and differentiate what is the outside, the inside, and then the in between. So let's select this part. Going back to the edges, I'm gonna go to the loop. I already have it selected. Deselecting what I don't need to see. Let's go to the loop. You can also do the quiz in this stage, but you're not going to see it because it's in the editing faceted mode. But once you enable it, the subdivision, then you move it, you will see it. So this is one edge. Let's move it a bit. Okay. And let's have a bit of a thickness happening here as well. Yeah, you can always control the amount of thickness, the amount of distance you need. Here, maybe 40, it's fine. Gonna quiz them. Okay. Before doing anything, let's just fix this part. So we just need to push it a bit more inwards. Yes. Let's make sure we have the thickness also here. It's a bit risky if you double click and select the wall loop, because then if you push it in the front, it's going to be push in the opposite direction on the back. So it's better to be careful and move just what we need. So basically these are the edges we need. It's enough just on one side because it's gonna mirror it anyway on the other side. You may get some of this situation where it's too much aligned. You don't really see that thickness sticking out. So you can fix it. You can just move it slightly. Let's push it a bit higher. Same thing here. So you can see that because of the angle, the way the geometry works, since some parts are more in an angle than others, you may lose at some point that original thickness that you intended to have. So you have an option to either push it down or push it back. But it's good to see it. So it's good to be careful in the beginning that you don't miss these parts because that's going to be visible later on, and later on you may not be able to change it anymore. So I'm a bit, yeah, paying a lot of attention to these things in the beginning, making sure that we are not missing any of these, let's say, rationalized geometry. So if we have a node phase that it's at a certain angle to the other, once the object changes, that angle kind of stays the same. And it's good about if your object is as simplistic as possible, you have less divisions. That's what the stage where you can control it the most. So just paying attention that it's important. And it seems okay. Seems like what we wanted to do. It has this kind of dynamic look to it. And it has also that kind of thickness changing in profile. We can even exaggerate a bit more to increase this base area. So let's leave these faces. I'm just going to make them slightly bigger. Now we can move it. And it's also good to check the frontal profile. Okay. Let's resize a bit this, make it a bit higher. Okay. And I'm just gonna add a bit of thickness to this edge as well. So we can move it and place it. One nice thing you can do always create a bit of changing in the width of these edges. It's always, yeah, as long as you keep the direction of the object, it's always good to have some kind of a, let's say, differentiation in the width. The narrower part could be at the top, and then you have the wider part here. And then that's gonna make it a bit more, let's say, smooth. So these edges are okay. I think the division, for now, we can increase it actually to 4. It's not yet a very complicated object, so it's not taken too long to move it around, even with a 4 subdivision. And this is the thing I was saying before. You see the width on this face here, it's narrower than this part here. And actually, I would prefer to have it a bit wider and this a bit less wide. So we can adjust it a bit there. It's just a matter of finding the right proportions. Like these faces, so I can push them a bit more here. Right? And if you want, you can bring it even closer here. It doesn't really matter. I also don't want to make it uh, less aligned with the overall direction of the in profile. Okay, this is fine. Let's add a bit of thickness. Visit. Let's move this part a bit lower. Okay, so this is our object. Now we need to do a few more things. I think a few more divisions and integrating some faces for playing different materials later on. I think the topology looks okay. Everything looks clean, it's smooth. And it has the right inclination, okay. So let's use now these inner faces. This is what I wanted to kind of differentiate from the rest. Okay. Right now, our object is just one material, one single continuous shape. At this point, I want to see different materials for the inner part, in the front and in the back. So you can do it in two ways. One way is to just kind of separate these faces from the original object, make it as a new object, and then applying the material for that new one. But I prefer to keep everything into one object. So if I want to apply some materials, I can apply just different faces, but keeping it as a single object. That's easier to control it if you need to do some changes later on. And overall, it's better. So let's create a new material. For now, it's not for rendering, it's mostly for differentiating in the faces. I'm gonna go here. So this is your materials. I'm using Corona. So from Corona, you can use different, you have different options. Legacy material, it's more related to the older version of Cinema 4D materials in terms of layer organization. And physical material, it's something that it's a bit more realistic, like in terms of the way you can control the properties of the material. Legacy material, you probably have more options. You can customize it a bit more, but with physical material, it's more related to what will actually the material will actually look in reality. So that's the materials I usually use. Right now, I'm going to create a light material. That's something that can be emissive. and it has different properties from the physical material in terms of the structure, the layer structure. I'm going to create light material, and if I double click on it, you will see the main property of this material is the emission, and that's what I need. I can control the opacity. We can do it later on, but for now I just want to assign a color. I'm going to say something of blue. Maybe a bit more. And let's change intensity to something like 3. And go full blue. Here it's going to show you the object which is assigned. So I'm going to drag it, I'm going to add it. But before we do that, let me just make a selection of the faces I actually need this material for. So I'm going to go in edit mode, going to select the faces. And you can press UL. That will create a loop selection. You can also go here. That's a loop selection, or also here. So the shortcut is UL. Let's go in the front. I'm going to select these faces. Let's call this material adhesive 1. I'm going to drag it on the faces. Now you can either do that, or you can make a save selection, store selection. So if I do that, store selection is going to create this material property where it's assigning a material just to these faces. And this is your selection for these faces. You can double click on it, and it's going to select your faces. You can say faces 1, maybe. That's one way to do it. So you have your faces if you don't want to assign any material yet, but it will also automatically create that selection if you assign the material directly to your faces that you selected before. So now if I go here, I'm gonna see, if I go on the material, I'm gonna see the selection to which this material is applied. That's faces 1, and this is the selection, faces 1. And it's already stored on the geometry. However, I don't want to see all of it in blue. I'm gonna create another subdivision just for these faces. So we have it here and we have it here. So let's create a normal physical material. Let's call it material 1. Now I don't want to change any properties for now. I just want to keep it as a shader, more not a real material. Just gonna apply to the object. One thing to know is that if the material is at the back, that's gonna overlay all the previous materials. So it's better to keep it in the front of the material that has a specific selection. So this is the material that's going to apply to the object, and these ones which are after that, it's going to be applied just to your selection. Okay, make sure I have these 2 materials applied to the object. And let's create a bit more, let's add a bit more details now. or I can keep it here at the back. Just need the base object. Selecting the loop path. I'm gonna create just one loop. And the reason for that is that one loop is enough, since I can just multiply them. So you have this option here, number of cuts. You can maybe 20. Right? So now let's make a selection. I'm just going to select the faces that I need. It's going to be a similar principle with what we had before. I'm going to press UL to enter the loop mode. This one I want to be solid. And this one I want to be emissive. So I'm going to select this one. This one. So that's good because then I have thickness here and I have thickness there. So for now, I don't need this selection. Let me just delete this one. I'll create a new selection based on these ones. So I'm going to drag my emissive material. I'm going to apply it to these edges. And this is my new selection. I don't need the old one. Right. I think we will need this part to be emissive as well. So let's just change this one as well. With Shift, you can add it to the selection. Okay. I'm just going to delete this part. Yeah, okay. Okay, so that's good. We have it, the front and at the back. So that's working okay. And I'm gonna create 2 more edges inside now. So I want to have that loop material also going inside. Okay, before we do that, I just want to make sure this is also aligned because it looks a bit out of place. So let's adjust a little bit. We have a similar thickness in the back end and the front. Okay, let's select the edges. That's one, and that's so you will notice that if I apply now this material here, it's gonna create a new selection and a new material. So this is the inner one, and this is the outer one. Let's crease them because they are too thick. So let's select the edges. Okay. So now, because you have the creases, this is kind of in an angle as well. If you add more of these edges, you can kind of subdivide it further, and that's gonna change it a bit more. If you have more divisions from the start, once you already had the curvature, then this thing won't appear in such an angle there. But because I want to keep my geometry simple from the start, I'm okay with it for now. I can maybe just move it a bit lower so we avoid that kind of sharp edge there. All right. I think this is what we wanted. We have a clean geometry. we have nice details with good thickness, and we can clearly see what is one material, what is the other material. Again, this can be just a placeholder material for now. We can adjust it later anyway. Once my geometry is in place with the right proportions, right subdivisions, then I can proceed to the next stage. So this is okay. I think it looks good for the start as a base. And this would be the base object that we're gonna use later. Okay. I think we can take a bit of a break now. I would say we can take 2-3 breaks of 5 to 10 minutes each. For now, let's take one break for 10 minutes, and then I will be back. Right, I'm back. So let's continue. Okay, also very important, always save your work. You never know. So you can also have the option to save it constantly. So if you go to preferences, go to files, and if you enable autosave, then every 10 minutes, that should be sufficient. And this is the amount of files that it's continuing to autosave. It's going to create a folder in the same project directory, but you can also change it here. So that's okay. Okay. Another thing I think it's important, it's also not to get too messy with the layer structure. We named our project Geometry A, Symmetry, and then Subdivision Surface. If I want to create another object and I want to subdivide it again, it's not good to have the same naming, Subdivision Surface, for that. So what I usually do is kind of replicate the naming there, just gonna keep sub in the front and then the name. In that way, if I um, see just the name without the sub layers, I know which object is referencing to. So subgeometry. Symmetry, it's fine. We don't need that to name it as long as it is in the subgeom parent. Okay. So we have our base object. I think we can add more details later. For now, I want to continue with the next step. And depending on the time, we can add a bit more detail, especially on this surface. And so let's do this. Let's create cloner. So this is, I don't know how much experience you have with Cinema 4D and the MoGraph tools. These are most of the tools I'm using most of the time. The MoGraph tools, the subdivision, the factors, the deformer fields, cameras, environment, floor, all these things. So it's very good that we have them here. It's very handy. So in this case, let's use a cloner tool. Again, I want to rename it, just not to create any confusion. Let's say cloner Joe A. Let's drag it here. So if you go on the cloner, you have the option to change it from grid, object, linear, radial. I will say let's do linear. You can keep it simple. So we need to change first the orientation, the axis. Now it's doing it in this way. So we need to go to coordinates, cloner, object here. So object, you have these parameters for the position, scale, and rotation. I'll change this one to 0. We want to change the position of the X. Right. And you notice this now fits quite well. So this was the intention, to have this in an angle so it can fit under the frontal face. So that's good. We have that kind of continuity. It doesn't matter now if it's touching or not. That's something we will adjust anyway, because we will use a step deformer. So let's do this. These are the deformers here. I'm gonna first, it's better if you first select the cloner tool, and if you have it selected, and then you go to the deformer effector, let's say, not deformer. I'm gonna create a step effector. Just a bit of parameters. I'm gonna select the effector. I'm gonna go to parameter. We want to adjust the scale. So it's either we do it uniform scale, or we actually control the width, the height, and everything separately. I am fine with uniform scale for now. Just want to keep the proportions right first. A bit higher like this. Let's change the position. So lower it a bit. Yeah, I just want to make sure that there isn't too much intersection at wrong positions. Okay. You can have at some point intersection. If you want to have more control over it, you can just replicate the original cloners and adjust each one separately. But in this case, it's good to have it as a single cloner, and you can create the step effector, so you can have direct control without having to change every single one individually. If something is not matching very right, depending on how you in the profile, you can also adjust it directly in the original object. You can go here and maybe drag this one a bit more to the back. It's gonna align a bit more probably. It's not really essential, but you can do it. What I think would be actually better still to have a bit more control over the scale. If I go, yeah, okay. So just a bit, just a small difference between the height and the width. So we can have that kind of constant width for this edge here. So that's okay. This is also good. Of course, you cannot avoid every single intersection, but overall, as a continuity, it's nice to have this kind of stepping inside. And of course, you can add more numbers to it, but let's use 3 for now. You can create some nice effects as well if you want to increase the number. You can also rotate it a bit to the side if you want, but I think it's better to just keep it linear. Once you increase this number, it has a bit more rhythm to it. Then you need to kind of change a bit the angle here. So let's keep it 3. Let's keep it simple. What I wanted to do is to use this thing as a base and then use the same object as principal to create a bit more differentiation in the overall composition of the geometry. So let's replicate this one. With Control pressed, I'm gonna make a copy. Drag it, gonna say geometry B. So let's take it out. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna change the rotation to 180 degrees. So here, let's make it bigger. Okay, just want to have a bit more thickness in the back here. You control the scale either by the scale tool or from here. Sometimes probably it's better to do it from here. So just gonna go back. Control it from here. Okay. Just want to make sure the proportions are right. Okay. For this object, I don't really need these lines. Let's delete them. Gonna go to lines. So there we can delete them. Okay, it's looking good. Yeah, some things you can solve them by adding more divisions, but yeah, I want to avoid that. Like here, this crease. So yeah, let's keep it simple. Then let's edit a bit this object so we can match a bit more these ones, the smaller ones. I think the scale, we need to adjust it a bit. Yeah, let's say it's fine. Anything we can also adjust it a bit later. One thing I don't want to kind of want to avoid is too much intersection happening here. So we might have to lower at least these faces down. because we have this difference in the level. So let's do this. Just gonna keep these back faces. I'm gonna move them slightly down. Then we can also move these ones. We can keep this slight edge. Can have that kind of matching edge with this part here. And we can adjust thickness to kind of fit that one. Okay. All right, so this is okay. I just want to bring this part here in the front a bit more. Kind of resize this part in the back, so we have a bit less thickness there. I like the angle, but I think the thickness is too much. So first things, let's move this part. I'm going to slightly move this edge here. Yes, like this. Can now, of course, adjust the thickness for this part. And the thickness here. I think this would be better to bring it more to the front. All right. So that's good. It's or sometimes it's a lot of trying to get the proportions right, especially when you have multiple objects or you want to adjust one object to fit to the other in a good way. And even here I can see we need to bring this part a bit higher. Making sure that we also do it at the back. Okay, at the back we don't need it actually. So let's do it here. Can do it directly here in the scale and position tool. I think it's because this is going down in the slope here in the back. We want to bring this part a bit higher in the front actually. So this part will be flat, horizontal, and this will be inclined here. So that means we need to bring it like this. And to make sure that this part is horizontal, depends how much you want to go. If you want to go all the way to the back, I think this is what we need. Here, you can just change this to 0. So now we know for sure it is horizontal. So you have one part which is higher at the back and one which is below in the back. But that's okay because then you have this kind of a stepping happening. Just gonna adjust maybe this part a bit higher. So there are ways to fix these things. But yeah, one of the ways is to kind of merge the two geometries together and yeah, create this kind of continuity there. However, for this purpose, it's not that important. It's not about the interior views so much, but just as an idea, it's the way how you can combine multiple objects with the previous ones. And once you get that kind of overall fit that you think it's working, then you can combine as a final stage the objects together. However, I prefer to have them still separated, so to have a bit more control over what is happening and the scale, the position, the proportions, and everything. So that's okay. Just maybe these parts can be a bit more pushed in the back, yeah. Yes, it has too much thickness here in the back, so we now want to get the proportions right. The shape, the direction, it's good, but the proportion, it's out of scale. So we have this part. Now let's go to the back. Easiest way, select loops. deselect the faces I don't need, which are these parts. So let's see what happens if I can move it a bit. Okay. Just want to adjust a bit this part here. I think it can be a bit narrower. And this edge can be straight.
Hello, Mihai. I think we can't hear you.
Yes.
Now we hear
I,
you.
yes, sorry, I had my microphone muted. So I have two options to mute it, one from the mic and one directly from the Zoom.
Yeah. So you might want to go back to when you came back, whatever you had mentioned.
Sure.
Yeah.
So what we need to do now is to create a bottom object. And this bottom object is gonna act as a base for our composition here. I can do it directly from zero, starting with polygon modeling and all these things, but it's easier if I use whatever I have already, which is the bigger object here. I'm gonna create a copy of it. And I'm gonna go to the scale. So the idea is to have these two objects and I'm gonna merge them together into one single object. And once I have that, I can adjust that object to create a more of a landscape morphology that's gonna hold the previous ones together. So I have these two objects, but I don't need to have them on two different parent layers. In order not to have them like that, I want to move one. It's either this one from this layer or this one from this layer. So I'm going to take this one, but before doing that, I want to make sure I have the original object as it is right now. So I'm going to create a copy. I'm going to hide the original one. I have two parent layers. I'm going to bring one object, base object from the upper parent layer to this one. So I want now to connect these two objects into one. You can say merge objects. You can say current state to object.
I mean, it seems your microphone muted again, but this time from Zoom.
Ah, yeah, sorry. You can by create some complications if I connect them together. So I will set to keep it simple for now. We have this together like that. Because I have these different materials together as a selection. I think it's better if I just started with a new object, and that it's going to simplify a bit more the connection of the landscape. So let me just skip this one for now. I think it's good to have them together like this, but I don't want to create a different situation where these two objects are merging in the wrong way. I like to have this kind of simplicity already as I have it here in the back. And I think it's better to create that landscape integrated as a single object first, and then we can combine them. So let me do this. Start the plane. Yeah, just align my axis to the corner of the plane, and I can move it. I think it's better if I select these edges. Then I'm gonna create this kind of extrusion. Okay. So I'm gonna select scale, gonna do control, gonna press it, want to align these edges. Can skip snap for now. Can go back here and then we can align it to 0. Okay, basically I want to have this topology where I have this edges in a slope there, kind of diagonal connections. that's going to allow me to create this kind of loop situation. Let's call this one landscape. We size it a little bit. And we want to have a subdivision to it. So like the rest of the objects, we can call this one sub and the landscape. Let's bring it under. Increase the resolution a bit. 4. Okay, I will add a bit of thickness. Good. Doesn't matter the direction, we can go up because I don't want to reverse them again, so that's okay. Again, we need to be careful with these faces. We don't need that. And again, I'm going to do a symmetry. Going to bring it. As you remember, you need to have the order so that the subdivision is the last layer in the parent layer. Then we can bring this one here, this one XY. Right. So it's good. It's a clean landscape, a clean simplistic object from which we want to create a landscape. So that's what I wanted. And then let's move it a bit. Here. Okay. Now we need to match the number of divisions for this element to match this one. So I see I have 3. Let's do 3. Let's move it a bit. Okay. At this point, I don't really need to see the subdivision. I just want to kind of shape it a bit. Do it like this. Scale it directly with the scale tool. But if you really want to match it to 0, you can. It's better to do it from here. Right. So now we have one object. Yeah, so what I did was just to connect them together. I just wanted to make sure that this is a single object, simple single object first, and I have the right subdivisions in the linear direction, so I can match with the subdivisions on this object. I'm gonna take it, the two of them, I just move the landscape there. I check the curvature, it's kind of fitting this one. So connect objects and delete. It already has the symmetry and the subdivision there. So that's my new object. Let's say object B plus landscape. So now I'm gonna do the merging. Select these three faces and then this. Okay, I think we need to shift the direction. Yeah, because what I did was to use the symmetry on the other direction. So this was already rotated 180 degrees. So we should make sure it's not rotated at this stage. Because now my faces are on this side here, and in this one it's on this side here. We could just use the scale tool, but we need to make sure we are scaling from this point. So I'm gonna move this one, the axis. And then kind of reverse it. Okay. Again, I think the normals we need to reverse them. So again, here mesh, normals, reverse normals. And now it's on the right side. Selecting these three faces and then these three. Let's do a bridge. You again have this issue here because of the mirror thing. Yeah, I deleted these faces. So in this case, now when I'm doing this, it's continuous, it's smooth. Moving it a bit here on the side. The thing is that this is a crease edge. This is not a crease edge, so I'm gonna have an issue with that. However, it's fine. It's not a big issue. I can keep it like that. And I will need a bit of grease here. So extend a bit this one. Here at the back. Okay, it's always good to check if the edges are right, because right now I pushed it quite a bit to the back, and you can see it in the faceted mode. It's pretty to the back. Also, don't forget to have the same edge vertices we have here. You have also on the bottom when you move them. So that's okay. Let's move this one a bit more here. This one a bit more to the front. And that's good. Now, the good thing is also that this is a loop topology, so I can create loops around it. And then we can create that kind of similar language like the main object. Right? I think we need a bit of a thickness. Okay. So now we're going to try to replicate a bit this stepping effect that you see here by kind of extruding these parts here, connect them with the landscape, and we can create some corridors going through here. So let me just save this one first. You see there is a difference in tone, and that's because of the materiality. So for this purpose, probably it's better to change the selection, this one. So we can delete the material and we can apply it directly after. Or you can delete the selection. Yeah. Okay. Let's go back to the faceted mode. Let's add the loop. Select this face, this face, and bridge it. Just gonna adjust a bit the inclination. This one, I think we should have a different new loop around it so this edge doesn't interact there. We can extend a bit more outside that edge. So you can select this part here. It's gonna extrude on the XY axis. Let's just match this part here. Okay. So yeah, I just want to make sure the connection, the continuity, smoothness, topology, and everything is right, so we don't have any self-intersecting surfaces. Once we have this one, I think here we need to end it at this level. That's what I want to do, is to create this crease. So we can have that kind of similar direction crease with the rest of the building. And the same thing here at the back. And of course, we can adjust a bit the thickness. So we're just going to change this part a bit. All right. As I was saying, this part I knew it's what's gonna get sharp because we added the creases. And what we want to do is to integrate a bit of a curvature there. So for that, we need an edge here. So here I'm going to select line cut. Do a line here. Enter. And normally we need to connect this edge with this one. Just want to check it first, how it's going to look. This part, we don't need it creased. It's going to be like that. And this one's going to be creased. This one, we don't have it creased anymore. Okay, that's what I wanted. We can connect these edges. Probably it's not going to make a big difference. Yeah, we don't need it's fine without these edges also. So that's okay. Just gonna move this part a bit. Because I want to see this crease a bit more. Not always necessary to do these creases, but in some cases it might be better. I will keep it here in the back and in the front. I think it's fine to have that kind of smooth transition between the surface and that. I think we can increase the gap a bit more here. All right. So now we can add a bit more detail. Let's do this. First, let's do a copy. And make sure you always save it. think this landscape could be something more interesting. So I would try to get this curvature here around this edge. Then we can create this kind of a loop system. Okay, so first let's raise a bit here in the back. Even more. Yeah, let's make sure we're not shifting the position. So okay. What's happening here is that I have a crease coming from here. Now I can keep it or can reduce it. Yeah, let me extrude a bit this one. Want to make sure we are aligned with the axis. This one for sure we don't need it. So that's one. Then we're gonna have another one. Okay. I think this one we can add a crease here. Yeah, one thing we need to be careful, it's here, these intersections. Okay, I think this can be refined at another time. But the idea is to have this stepping landscape so we can integrate some nice crease as well. Okay, so what we did here, we basically used a read starting from the front, continuing on the top, kind of shifting direction, and then changing to the back. So all these steps going through different topologies, different objects, but overall compositional to have that effect where it's going like that in a rhythmical way. So that's what we did now. We also have nice interior with a corridor in the middle. And we have corridors also on the sides. You can always further adjust them to create that kind of a smooth continuation curvature. A lot of it is also about how you interpret it. But in order to do that, you also have to make sure that it's consistent, that the geometry is clean, the topology works, and then you can add more detail to it. So let's add some detail on these parts here, and then some on these parts here. And then as a final thing, we can add some detail on the landscape. Again, make a copy. It's always good to have a copy. You never know. Okay, so what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna add some shadow gaps going around these edges. First, I need to subdivide it along these edges, and then I'm going to add these gaps. So what I'm doing now, I'm gonna create this edge. I'm gonna slightly push it behind. Don't want to push it here. I just want to push it on this side. So we don't need these edges here. The same thing here. Okay, I just pushed a bit. So let's crease that. So I want this edge. Okay, and here at the top, can fix it. Let's select the edges. So just gonna make them smooth again. And I'm gonna crease this part. Yeah, we have now a sharp corner there because we added this. However, we don't really need that one. Fortunately, we can't do much because it's gonna continue behind. So it should be enough if we delete these edges. Can try to lower this part a bit. We can also try to add a second split. Erase this part. I think not to complicate things, it's better to keep it as we have it. As long as it's clean, should be okay. So can add a bit more detail. We have our creases here. Then we can add some details around here. But let's do restrict the selection. So you select the loop edge, but then says restrict the selection. So I selected my faces, and it's going to do just for these faces. Is the number. Everything should be okay. Okay, this is one of the risks of doing this. When you have a loop, then you don't have the continuity there. So you might need to adjust a bit more here. If this doesn't work well, we can try to add a second face in between here. So we add an edge around this level. So then we can keep this face. Let's keep the last one. In which case, this has to be a crease here. And this one does not. So now we can do it. right. Yeah, it doesn't really matter if this is straight here because this is going to be flushed anyway with this surface. What we want to do is to create a bit of, let's say, corrugated texture starting from this edge and going down. So that edge is going to be flat anyway, but these parts are going to be, let's say, a bit more wavy. So let's select these edges. I think this is okay there. I'm going to select. I need to know which edges exactly I need to select because I don't want to do it all the way here. I want to end there. I think the faster way is to select the edges which we want to push. So it's going to be these ones. And then I'm going to select the ones I don't need. Okay, something happened here. Yeah, that's why it's good to be careful when doing these kind of operations. Okay, so let's push them a bit. Right. I think that's good. We might have some issues here at the top. Can continue adjusting them, but maybe it's better not to waste time with this too much. And yeah, in the end, if you have time, you can adjust it. And this isn't going to be visible because this is flushed with this part here. Let's check it like that. So yeah. That's good. Okay, so I think we're almost done. Then we will do the rendering. So let me bring back the geometries. Yeah, we can do the same thing also for this edge. I think for this edge it would be better to have the creases a bit more visible. So we need to be careful with the angle always when you have a crease. And also the subdivision. Always make sure you have it high enough here. Let me add some detail to the landscape. it would be good to add a bit more detail also here. But first, let's do the landscape. If you have too many layers that you don't really need, maybe it's better to move them into a different parent layer. So what I usually do is just create a null object, say work in progress. You can just move these ones there so you don't get confused. Then this one at the bottom. And these are your actual geometries. Okay, so what I want to do is to add some detail here at the front. You can see this is a crease because it's continuing from this side. That's okay. I think we can lower actually this part. Make this one a crease. These ones, we can just make them a bit wider. Okay, now let's add some loop details around here. Because this is a crease going like that, so probably this edge is not necessary to be a crease. So this is what I need. This one. However, before doing anything, just want to create a bit of a differentiation so you have wider parts here and more narrow parts there. Okay. So I created two loops, one here and one here. And you can see the difference. You have wider parts here, narrower here, and it's the opposite around here, this edge. Okay, once I have this one, I can add in between ones. So one here, let's say 4. Okay, 4. Enter, and then one here. Here we can see more. Can do then. Okay, and I think we can add a few here. Not sure what's happening, why it's not adding it. Let me check. Because I have this restricted selection. All right. So we have the base for the landscape. Now I think we can add a bit of stepping, and then we can add the materials. Just gonna press this part. Right, so I think we are almost done. We have the landscape. I want to add a bit more details here. Yeah, I think it's the loop. It's continuing this way. So that means we don't need this part. But also don't want to break the curvature. So in order not to do that, I'm gonna use just the surfaces that I actually need. So before doing that, I think it's better to add another division here. It's easier to do a plane cut. Okay, these are the faces I will need. Strict selection. Right. So these are my edges. Sometimes it's better to push them inwards so you keep that continuity here. So let's try that. I think this should have gone also this way here. So that means we don't need to push these edges at the top. Okay. This has to be raised as well. Okay. So now we have it. I think also here, yeah, we need to crease it. Maybe a bit difficult here because of the curvature, so probably it's better not to crease it. Here, it's fine, we can leave it like that. It's still fading it, maybe not exactly on that edge. Right, I think we got what we needed. Of course, we can make smaller adjustments in terms of the curvature and everything. Okay. I just added a bit of a subdivision here, so I can have a bit of thickness in the front. All right, I think we got it. Right, I would say to take 5 minutes break and then we can add the materials and then we can render it. So see you in 5 minutes. Okay, let's continue. I'm able to share my file. Yes, I am. I will share it after the session with you. All right, so we have a little bit more. Not more actually, less. So we're gonna finish it soon. I know you have to be a bit patient. Yeah, you need more patience for these things sometimes, and especially because sometimes you can have the situation where the corners don't match exactly, and you need to look at them a bit more in depth so we can fix it. But this is more about the workflow. So the idea is there, the connections, the geometry, the curvature, everything is in the right place. Just gonna adjust maybe some smaller things, then we can start applying some materials. And again, don't forget to save your files. Wait just a second, I have some issue with the mouse. I think my battery right now is charged. Okay, just a second. Right, back. Okay, so it's working. So on the materials, let's go. Yeah. First, let's go on this one. Don't need these parts. I'm gonna do a different material for these bands and a different one for this one. So Corona materials, physical material. Let's go, let's say material metallic material one. Let's select the metal here. Gonna go base layer. And here we have the option to make it a bit more metallic. Yes. So we're gonna make it a bit darker. So this is our base material. Let's apply it. And apply it either directly on the parent layer or on the actual object. It's better to do it on the actual object, because then, especially if you have multiple materials. So that's one material. I'm gonna duplicate this one. I'm gonna do material 2. Make it a bit darker. And this material, I'm gonna apply it just to the bands. This ones. So I'll select loop, UL, face mode, object. Gonna select this. Then I can just apply it directly. And this is my selection. So I'm gonna do a similar thing here, just for this surface. It can be a bit more mirror. Okay, that's one. Here it's fine. We can also do this part more metallic looking. So we have the light bands just here, basically. But let's see once we render it. So this is one. Change the material in here inside. So this face. And also this one. It's better to do it at once, so I don't have multiple selections. Now, for this part, we have a choice if we want to add the material or not. I think the problem is if we add the material, it's going to end sharp like that. And I would rather prefer to keep it just volumetric, like here. And we have the material that we need here. So this is one material. Then we have this one here. We can do it also inside. Okay, I think we can add a bit of emissive surface here. So I'm going to select these surfaces. So it's going in a loop because we did this kind of extrusion. However, I don't really need it to go in a loop. I will just need this surface. And the same thing here. And I'm going to apply this material. Okay, something is happening here. Let's check. I think I know what. So this is, there is a bit of a gap here. And that's why it's sometimes you need to change this part. Can increase the tolerance for the symmetry. Or you can just align it here, which is probably for the better. So you can see here the difference. Okay, let's add a bit of green material, maybe another different material which is different from the main object and also from the inside surfaces. So I kind of like to have it simple white material for the landscape, but I think it would be good to have a bit of a tone changing at some point. You don't want to be too sharp, I mean too contrasting. So that's why we need to change it a bit. Let's do a normal material. I'm gonna make it like this, a bit darker. Still white metal, since everything is metal there, but it should be a bit more rough. What I want to change basically it's this top areas. Okay, the materials are there. It seems like at some point we changed this part. We moved some edges around. There is a quick fix for it. You can just select them and change this to 0. We have a bit of a crease here. You never know. There are so many edges. Right. So that's okay. And let's add a bit of a landscape. I mean, like a relief. So we have this. Gonna go here. So here. Landscape. Let's make it bigger. Change the seed. I'm gonna duplicate them so I can have a bit more around. So that's one. Gonna add one here. Gonna make sure we're not intersecting anything. Okay. Then I'm gonna create a ground. So I can do a plane. So this is one thing. Let's increase the size, reduce these parts, make it editable. Now we can increase the size. You notice I have Z locked, so I just unlocked it. Okay, so this is to have a bit of a background. Now, if you go Corona, you have a material library, but you also have a Cosmos browser. Apparently, in the future, all the materials are going to be in the Cosmos browser, so you can get them from there. Let's say ice. So we have ice. Let's say import. We'll do a group of these ones. So do a null object first. Select my landscape and the plane. Group them there. Say landscape. I'm gonna add us. Okay, so this is just a bit of a background for the landscape. So let's render it. Let's see. Trying to minimize this zoom pop-up window at the top. Let me see. Okay. So we can do, we will use Corona, we will use sky, Corona sky. That's one way, but I think it's better to use actually an HDRI. So again, we can go to Cosmos browser. Then we can go all assets. HDRIs. I'm going to select sunset. The intensity, it's too much. Can reduce it slightly. So let's check the rendering, interactive rendering. Okay, we have the sky. Yes, as expected, it's a bit over. exposed. So let's fix the camera first. I want to do something more like this angle. Yeah, maybe something like this. Yeah, maybe the sunset. It's usually nicer when the sun is behind the building or somewhere at the back of the building. Maybe a bit on the front. And don't really want to see the sky, basically I just want to see the geometry, so I would prefer not to see the sky. I will create a rendering tag. So I will say render tags, compositing. I'm gonna click on it. I'm gonna say uncheck scene by camera. So now we don't have that over bright sun. And I want to see a bit more of this detail there. Not sure how. Unless we adjust it a bit in 3D. Okay, let me try something. First, I will save the camera. So you can create a camera here. Can say animation, origin tags here. You should have protection. So that means you cannot move the camera anymore once you're on it. Okay, so I don't have the edges saved here. Just want to make them a bit more visible. And maybe it's better actually to just apply different material. Okay, I think it's the right way. So it's better to just push them. Okay, now we can see it. All right, so I think we can start rendering it, and then we can Photoshop it a bit, and then we'll be done. Always a good thing to know. It's to have this bloom and glare enabled. It will create some kind of a atmosphere around the objects. Can increase the size maybe. T, and then 3, 5. And this should be a bit more intensive. Okay, so that's good. So let's make a final rendering. Let me save the file. We can do the settings first. Let's select here Corona. So that's here. Corona. Can do a save. I will do a PNG. Okay, Corona, this is all good. You can use tone mapping, which you already have it in the viewport, the Corona rendering viewport. And bloom and glare, this is enabled. So all these were the things I was doing before. We can do the depth of field. We can do some sharpening if we want. And it has also denoising. But let's keep it as we have it. And then the noise mode can do this one. If you have a good CPU or GPU, it's good to use it. So that's okay. I mean, we can wait for the render to finish and then it will do this, but otherwise we can set a time limit here. It's gonna go forever, the passing, unless you stop it. So that's fine. 20 and 80. Okay, let me save it. And then here, Corona FMB. Let's render it. Okay, so it's not supporting the AI denosing. We can leave it. We don't need it really. We just need to delete. So let's give it a minute. So good to know how to set up your camera so it looks like either from a high level perspective or an aerial one. It's important also the camera setup. And of course this landscape we can also adjust it a bit further. I will show you meantime. Let me see. Okay. I will show you meantime another way to do this without the landscape. Let's skip the landscape for now. Let's create a disk object. Here we can increase the radius. The radius, the rotation segments. And then we can increase it, the size. So what I'm going to try to do is to create kind of a ground condition without seeing any background. Just want to see something like a shadow casting on it. Just want to flatten this part a bit. Okay, go to materials. It can be any material basically. What we need to do first is to duplicate it. Let's say ground. Metal, that's fine. Base layer, opacity. This is what we need to change. So for this one, I'm gonna go to texture, gonna go gradient, gonna double click on it, gonna say here circular. I'm gonna change this one to this. It's a bit less. Yeah, okay. So what it's gonna do is gonna create a visible ground around the object, but it's gonna fade away towards the edge. So let's check this part. Okay, looking good. I think it's enough detail for the rendering. I'm gonna stop it. Get saved. Yeah, so it doesn't save automatically. We need to save it. it's gonna save it actually if I close it. Just don't want to risk it now. Want to make sure I'm saving it regardless. Yes, alpha channel. Okay. So let's test this part now here. Yeah. It's also a good idea too. Sometimes it's a good idea to have the landscape, at least the part matching on the edge with the ground. But it's fine, we can keep it like this. It's just one rendering for this one. And I'm going to change to this camera also. I think this could also be one view. So let's take this rendering, Photoshop. Let's add the background. Let's do it black. Okay. And now what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna add a bit of color. I'm gonna duplicate this layer. And this is just one way I usually do it to create some nice backgrounds directly in Photoshop without having to render it. So I have my background. Let's make it a bit bigger, like this. I'm gonna move it somewhere here. Okay. And I'm gonna say filter, blur gallery. I'm gonna say Gaussian blur. Let me check the rendering. Okay, I think it's fine. Okay. Okay. Then let's do this rendering like an eye level view. I didn't check the lighting, but for now it's fine. So back to Photoshop. Right, let's make it a bit darker. Okay. Then this one, I will duplicate it. And I'm gonna apply select this one. So we can apply iris blur to this one. Yeah. I want to see the top for sure, not so much the bottom. Let's move it like that. And it has a nice effect, like if you wanted a bit to look like it's a depth of field. You know, it's a bit fake looking, but it has a nice effect. Add another one. Okay, maybe it's fine. We don't need it, but that's okay. So this one I will just brighten it towards this horizon. Okay. All right. So I think we have this one. Let's check here. It's okay. I can save it. And one last thing, I'm just going to compare this rendering with the previous one. Right. So in case you don't have a landscape, you can just use this one and add this as a background. So this is also something you can do it faster if you're missing any background or you don't want to render it. Okay, so that's it. I think we finished. Thank you for your patience. It's been a long session, I know.
Hi, Mihai.
Hi,
Can
Michael.
you hear? Hi.
Yeah, I can hear you. Let me
Thank
share my
you.
screen. Yeah, let me share my camera also.
Yeah, thank you for the awesome webinar. It was such a cool result. Um, really fun. Uh, Workflow as always with Cinema 4D. Um, yeah. Doesn't seem to be any questions, and I'm looking forward to the next ones. If you, yeah, Walter says thank you for so many lessons to be sent to us and hosts and panelists. You can read that. Yeah, so thank you. And yeah, if you have anything else to add,
Shall
we can end
we?
it.
Yes, I can share the file now in the chat if you want. Is that
Sure,
helpful?
I think so.
I can send you the renderings and the 3D file. Just give me a second.
Sure.
Let me save it first. Okay. And also with the layers. Hopefully it's not too big. Let me save the file. Okay, it's fine. It's 635 kilobytes.
Nice. Okay. So,
Just a second, I want to share also the images.
oh, okay, yeah, sure.
Yeah, the Photoshop file is a bit bigger. Okay, it's gonna take 10 seconds. Did you get it? So I sent the cinema file and I sent the renderings as a package.
Yep, we got it. Well,
Okay, great.
great. Thank you so much, Mihai. And I guess we can end it until next time.
Yeah, thank you also for doing this.
Yeah,
And yeah, all the best.
you too. See you.
See you. Bye.